Oh, my mic's on. Shut up. You didn't hear that. Shut up. Hello. I did not accidentally leave my mic on. Hello. I updated my schedule on Twitch because I just remembered about that. Slight problem. I want to go post it to Blue Sky, but Blue Sky is not working from the looks of it. Let me look up Blue Sky. Okay, going to the website, going to there worked. Interesting. Let me post correctly. Let me post this. Here, let me also. Oh wait, did I not open up? No, I opened it up. Oh, it's just because I can't see it on that screen. Yep, there we go. Ground control repo. Let me just come to here. That mouth animation might be a little bit too fast. I might want to put it so that there is more, like, have the mouth open and then close quickly and then stay open for a bit. Just because currently they are all the same. It is the same amount of time open as the same amount of time close. So that's a little weird. So I'll probably change that afterwards. But I think that's fine for now. Little late. Schedule for the week. Currently live. And then I want Blue Sky formatter. Let me pull this up. I want Monday. Actually, I can probably just copy it directly from the Twitch channel one. Hello, everybody. I know I'm not talking a lot. I'm trying to get everything I need. I'm trying to post to Blue Sky real quick about the stream schedule, even though nobody will see it. There we go. latest. Let me get this copied over. Do. Does this work? Is this working? I can't tell. Okay, and then how do I do this? What I can do is that I can bold all of the days. And I indent every other line. Do, do, do. Do, do, do. Do, 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 do. This doesn't look like it's working. What? I don't think that's working as I want it to. I'm fighting with the formatter. I'm fighting with the formatter. How do I undo? How do I undo something? Okay. So I just screwed it up for, hang on a second. Hang on a second. I'm struggling to get this to do what I want it to do. Alright, go back to this screen. This is the screen I want it to be on. Blue sky. Almost posted it. Almost posted it. Okay. What I need to know is I need to know which ones are going to be indented and which ones are going to be not indented. I think I'm going to have it be indent, no indent. No, it should be no indent, indent. Okay. I'm fighting with this guy so much. Monday is indented in bold. March 10th is just indented. Tuesday is normal, but Tuesday the word gets bolded. Wednesday, bold indent. March 12th, just or italicized indent, italic, yeah. Thursday is just bold on Thursday. Friday is bold, italicized, and then italicized for March 14th. And then Saturday is normal with bold on Saturday and no indent on March 15th. How does this look when I throw it into blue sky? Not too bad. Let me also, just for flair, throw in the diamond emoji that I love so much. These numbers are not being indented. Can I not indent numbers? I don't think I can indent numbers. A second. Let me restart this website. Just type 13 indent. I don't think I can do that. No, can't indent the numbers. Okay. I think this is fine. Do. There we go. I managed to post it. I posted it. Yippee! Blue sky post made. Even though literally I don't know why I have this blue sky. I was posting all of my shit on here, but then I realized that's stupid. I also don't open blue sky unless it's to post the stream schedule, so I won't even know if I do have any comment or response. Anyway, I can close that shit now. Yippee! Okay, put stuff where they go. Put stuff. Okay. I think everything's in the right spot. I think I have all the things I need open. We can switch over to the main view and actually get shit done. I don't think I'm forgetting anything. Let me open up on here this. Hello, everybody. I'm finally here. I'm ready to do shit. Yippee. Oh, wait. I also, as I kind of alluded to, I took the suggestion from Ruby, and I now have the mouth opening and closing while I'm talking instead of just being open, and that also works with all of the other ones. I feel like it's a little bit weird with the :3, because the :3 is actually just wider than the mouth when it's open. And then I also do have the sad one. Oh, apparently the buttons for that I use for the sad one apparently in Google Docs hides comments. It's fine, normal. Just switch back to normal. Nothing interesting is happening. Oh yeah, and then I also fixed it so that way I can turn to the sides for everything. Turn the other way in case I need to go to the other side of the screen. Let's see. I think yeah. I'm here. I'm back. I'm in. I'm locked in. Totally. Okay. So what we did is we have base task. We have all of this. I wish I had a better way for this to work. Trying to think if there's any way for me to do this better. But it's just a thing of I don't have any way of getting the title, like the actual thing, before I don't have any way of actually getting this beforehand. What? I swear I did not see death in the list of upcoming songs. I just overlooked it. How could I do that? How could I be so foolish? It's fine. Okay. What am I? What do I need? I'm really trying to think if there's any way I can get this to be better. Besides just writing it out, I can't think of how I would make this any better. Yeah. Because I really am just trying to think. I would need to find some way when it gets the information that it somehow I can recognize this for its variable name instead of its integer. But I can't do that when it returns this. It returns. And then also just no matter what, no matter how I write it up here, I don't think I can return the variable name. I don't think I can return that. I think it would just return what the variable is equivalent to. So I think I do just have to write it out here, which sucks because I did make it so it's much better up here. But this is fine. Yeah, because all of this, no matter how many times I set what is it called? no matter how many times I add to get information for, like, if I added like 5 more arrays into get information in a child, save information is always gonna work. That is always gonna work. What isn't gonna always work is the set information. Like, this, like, does not look like it's always gonna work. Well, no, it's gonna work, but I mean, like, I don't have to change anything about the save information into children. I do have to change something about the set information because I have to add more of these every time, just because of the difference between saving the information and getting the information. So yeah, save information, set information. So what I need, this all works. Let's see, I'm trying to think of how I want to do this. I'm zoning out a little bit. Hang on. Brain's catching up. What I need is I need it so that task files as its base task. I'm trying to think of how I want to do it because I think I want it to go from general task function to I think I want it to go from general task function to short into short task and then short part. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I think that's how I want to do it. That makes sense, if that makes sense. The question is, do I change how this is written? Because I currently have it as short base task. I guess I can change. Hello. I could change this to be from base task to base tasker. I think base task is fine. Short, I want to rename to just be short, and then inside of short, I want to create 2 new folders, part, and then task. Then I want to duplicate this one. File name already exists. Okay. Let me put it into part, and then let me copy. Can I copy the folder? I'll do that so that way I can put it into here, and then I can change its color, and then I can change its name. There we go. Mic is on, right? Okay, it is. I said hi. I did say hi, right? I remember saying hi. I just got no response back from it. So I just want to make sure that, yeah, everything's working. I'm not going crazy. You did? Perfect. Yeah. Zoning out, zone back in. Okay, everything works in here. This is all just the task information. What I need is in task files, I need to go to task, short task. In scripts, I need a new script, which is short. Actually, no, what I need is I need task and part to be separated, but then I need a folder base. So it goes to short, then there's the base of short stuff for the task and parts, and then task and parts have their own separate ones. Create new folder, script, and then change that color to red so that way it matches. Okay. And then what I need in here is create new script, short base. Inherits. Can I change it to what my stuff is? Can I change inherits node? Oh, it's not showing. Oh, that's probably because I'm back here. Let's go all the way up to task files, base task, scripts, general task. How does that work? Oh, that just extends the file location, which is probably not as nice as just, in case the file location changes, I probably should just use general task function. There we go. Is there any extra information that the short task needs that the just base function doesn't need? Well, let me think about what is needed. I need. It's a good question, me. What else does it? What else do short tasks need off of general functions? Because really, I can't think of anything besides maybe just setting the reward, or not reward, the type to 0, because short is like the base. So I can't think of anything besides like onReady type is equal to 0. I guess I could just load all the information, or like set information, just at the very start of ready. Then again, I could just do that. Actually, no, I probably don't want to do that for all general task functions because I need to use the save information for the creating task. I don't need set information for creating task. So I don't want to set information at the very start of everything. I only want it in the basis of it. So I probably want type equal to 0, even though I don't know. If I just set information, it should set it to 0 because it will save as 0 when it's saving a short task. So I think what I just need to do is set information. And I don't think that needs to change in here. I'm trying to think of what else a short task would, what the basis of short would need. I guess maybe what I could do is also instead of, because I'm trying to think, because when it comes to actually having a task list, I think the list is gonna, a lot of stuff in the list is gonna need stuff, but the creation of a task is not gonna need, or the loading of a task is. So that way I don't have to, do I want to add another part to the inheritance? Like task list. Because that's when actually stuff is loaded. So it's not a terrible idea. Is it a terrible idea? I'm trying to think if that's actually something I would like. Because that way it would set, that way I can do it so that when it loads, it sets information for all of the task list. which might not be bad. And then that could also set up the variables for the buttons. That can set the variables for buttons and everything, like, so that way I can call those in the children instead of having to set up those variables in all of the children. Yes. I think that would make sense. So instead of doing short base, what I probably want is in the base task, I want general task functions, and then I also probably want a script of base task list. Base of listed tasks, because I probably want a different script for actually listing out the task. What I want is a script for the task in a list. So base listed task. Right? Am I missing something? Is there something in here that would need to change? Because saving information is going to be different. This is all loading the information, and it's like interacting with the task in the list. So I think base listed task, create base listed task. This should extend general functions. And then this one should be a class name equal to base listed task. Expected identifier for global name. Did I not? Oh wait, do I need to put this in a string? How does that work? Oh wait, no, I don't set it equal. I just name it. Okay, like that. Class name base listed task. And then in short base, I can change this to, if I save it, so that way I can actually load listed base listed task. And then I don't need to set information in here. I set information in this ready function. And then in here, nothing is needed yet. And then for base listed, I'm going to need new variables. Need new variables. What am I going to need? I need title text. Title text. Well, I guess I should label it title label, because that's what a if I show it off real quick, in the controls to have a like bit of text, there is label, and that's actually probably what I do want. So instead of it being text, it just should be label. And I want to set it in here, but then in the actual scene, in the scripts for the scenes, I want to make it so that this is that. Wait. So I want the title label. I want the variable. I want the button. I want the button. That's what I want. I guess I could just call it button. I should probably specify. Um, I want to specify like task or part button, but the problem is that this is used for both. I could call it base button, like base button information. Boom, 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 boom. I think I'll call it base button. Okay. That would work, right? I get the title label, I get the base button. Do I want to set up task icons in here? I mean, task icons are something for more later on. I feel like... I think the icon is useful because I'm trying to think if the icon should be done in here, and I think since every task and part has an icon, it might be best to put the task to put the icon in here. Variable base icon. And then that means I can change the icon from within here. But also I think the icon... The icon is going to need its own script for controlling... The icon is going to need its own script for controlling its own information. Right? Because it needs to be able to change itself if the so that way it doesn't change with the task. Or maybe task should be able to change it. I think no matter what in this part of the script, I'm going to need it to be able to reference the icon. Yeah. So I think that works. I think that makes sense. And then it sets information in here. And then on ready, I'm thinking about how I want this to go. What I probably want is on ready. I want to set, after it sets the information, I want title label dot text to equal title. Yes. Maybe? Yes. Because I want it so whenever the information is set, maybe what I want instead is I want to override the functions. Do I want override function set set formation? equals the title. Do I need to... My question is, do I need to do, what's it called? Because I don't actually understand. Where is the title for this? Because in the demonstrations I look at, I need to... It says to make this void and then to do the super one. And I don't know if that's actually necessary. I guess if I'm running it onto here, I can put test onto there. This script I'm probably gonna get rid of at some point after testing. What I want is I want to set information. I think I want this entirely actually in here. Oh, it's upset. Oh, because I didn't do ready. I don't know what that noise was. Set task ID, set information. And then in general, and then in the base list function, I don't, this isn't gonna work just straight up, is it? But it will tell me where it's wrong. Next build, okay. Oh, what I need to do is I need to add a label. Test label. Alright. And then what I want is I'll set test label equal to test label just for now. If your value is using won't return nodes C entry before ready. Okay. So what I probably want is I want to actually set this in ready. Actually, what I probably want is I don't want to set it in here. I want to set it in short base. That the label is there. And then I will just make the label bigger so it shows up. Actually, let me also go to the scene and put in a test text. I can't tell if it's because maybe I should throw in a camera in here real quick to make sure that it works. I kind of thought it would. I don't think it's getting the information properly. Oh, is it because of this? Super dot underscore set information. Does that work? Oh, it does. So I don't need to do that. Why would... Is there a reason why it would have me do this? I don't understand what this would even do. Let me look it up. Return type void means that no value is returned. If we capture the return of such void function, it will be null. Just like no return. Other languages trying to capture return value for compiled, but script languages can be a bit different. Using Floyd is a way to communicate that no return value is forthcoming. You also can't have a return value statement such a function. Okay, so it's just like if I don't want it to actually return anything, but I do. Do I? Does it return any? Set function doesn't return anything. It just changes stuff. But also, I don't see. I don't think I want to throw the void. I don't want to throw the void on there currently. I don't think. I can't think of a reason why I would need to, unless there is. I make a script that, like, should never return anything. But I can't think of a script that I know will never just yet. Oh, I hit my mic. Sorry. Problem about I can't wait to have a bigger desk. Then again, I have to then refigure out how I'm gonna set up my stuff. Because currently, with how my desk is set up, like I have my main, like it's a desk that has a main area for working for like keyboard and stuff, and then it has a part to the side of it that is like slightly elevated, which is nice because it like for my case it's nice because I don't know what happened to the screws for my what's it called, my monitor mount for like the second, because it's a 2 monitor mount that mounts onto the back of my desk. I don't know where the screws for the second monitor went, but since I have the elevated part of my desk, I can put the stand for my for the second monitor on it, and then it's actually perfectly leveled with this other monitor. I also don't know if, like, with how I have with this setup, I can't lower them separately, could I? Looking at the mount, it does not look like I could lower the monitor separately. I guess that means that they would be like equal, because when I say that they're lined up with my current setup, I mean that the bottom of the screens are lined up with each other. But I guess if I mean it's not a bad thing if they're lined up like center wise. I just like how it's lined up at the bottom of the screen. Because, I mean, if you can see my mouse, it can't go over up here. It's kind of hard to see. I mean, it can if I drop it down just a little bit. Actually, do I have it set up properly? Yeah, I can slide directly. Oh, wait, no, I can't. I don't have it set up properly. Hang on a second. Let me, wait. Settings. Let me go to my settings and see display. Oh. Oh no, apparently Windows just thinks that the displays are the same size, actually. So it doesn't matter. Even though for some reason I can't go across at the bottom or the top. I mean, I can do some funky shit with it, but I think I'm just gonna leave it as it is. I saw it recognized that the other monitor was smaller, but I guess not. Back to the main screen. Okay. So that makes sense. So this is setting the text correctly. And this is where it's actually setting the label and the task ID information, and then it's setting information. Yes, that makes sense, I think. Trying to think if I'm gonna run into any. I don't think there's gonna be any problems I run into yet. Okay, So in the base of it all, it gets the title label, it gets the base button, and then it gets the base icon. Okay. And then on ready, it sets information, which is the updated version of set information, where it gets the majority, and then it also gets the title. I think what I also I think I don't need the process. What I would need is like function underscore. What would I want match button progress. Or I guess I could just match progress to shorten it up. Aye. And then on ready, I'd want it to set information, and then I want it to match progress. And then match progress is going to be a match statement. Match what's it gonna be? Progress. Then if it's anything that's not set, print error progress of task is not set yet. It's not progress of task is not progress of task does not match any set value. I think that works. Something like that. Match progress. If it's just anything, then it will print this. But what I would want to do is if it's 0, base button to do base button dot text is equal to test start tab. Oop, nope, that's just upset now. Start. And then reward plus string reward. It should work. So if no progress has been made, it just says start. Now I need to add a test button into here, actually. I think it's just gonna be a normal button. And then I'm gonna rename it. Test label. Nope, test button. What am I doing? Alright, and then in base button, where it sets title label, I want it to set base button is equal to this button. I did not even set up. Okay. Test, text. I should probably set it so it doesn't overlap. There. Interesting, it didn't actually change the button. Oh, I guess it's not actually on ready. Set information match progress. On match progress, this happens. Why would? Oh wait, I didn't even. Oh wait, no, that one's working. On ready. Is it because I'm setting information? Oh wait. I don't want to set information in here. Task ID. On function ready. Task ID. Label. Button. Set information, match progress. Does that break it? Test text. That does. How do I make it not break? I guess the problem is that this ready function is happening before this ready function. So how do I make it so that this one goes first? I guess that is the main problem I need to figure out. I guess what I could do instead of instead of having just a regular ready function in here, I change this to a function that gets called in the actual ready function. Like if I do base ready instead, that's not how I spell ready, is it? Is it? Ready? Wait. Oh, that is how I spell it. Okay. I'm just crazy. Oh, that function doesn't exist yet because I didn't save it. Function base ready, set information, match progress. And then this one should work. See, I was just trying to avoid having to type this, like all of this, every time in every one of these. But also, the fact is that if I'm setting the information, I'm setting information in the children. But since I'm setting the information in the children, I need to set ready in the children. But I can make it slightly easier. Oh, damn it, I'm missing a stream that I want to watch now. Oh no. Oh, man, I'm gonna have to watch that VOD. I mean, I'm sure the stream that I want to watch is probably gonna still be going after I finish my stream. but also I want to watch that stream. I want to watch that stream bad. I also have Pokemon cards to open. Okay. Yeah, I think if I just do base ready and then called that in the ready function. I mean, I probably could set it up so the ready function in here waits for the child. But I think I don't know how to wait for something under it to load. But also, I'm pretty sure that I think for this to even load, it probably would have to be that the ready function in the ones above it would have to complete. I am assuming that's how it would work, because that just makes sense. So I think I do just need to make this and just call it at the ready of all of them, which sucks, but oh well. Man, I have not been getting any new cards from the pack. Actually, wait, no, I lied. I did get a new card. It just was not. I didn't recognize it as a new card. 57 out of 75 of the base cards. And that's 60 in total for the new packs. So I will take that achievement. Oh, that was the last achievement for it, wasn't it? 60 different cards. All of the dex achievement complete, or challenges. Oh, they really want me to get Manaphy. Well, I got Manaphy. You know, I hit the 4 in 5 chance of getting a Manaphy from the Wonder Pick. There's also a Snorlax. I would take that Snorlax. I didn't. I think that was all the Pokemon TCG pocket I needed. I think. I got another achievement for Wonder Pick stuff, so I can get Piplup stuff. I'll take a Piplup. What one did I not get already? Do I want the cover or do I want the backdrop? I mean, I'm gonna get all of them eventually. I'll take the backdrop first. Perfect. Alright, now I can close pocket. And all the extra tabs I have open. Okay. Thinking, what else do I need in here? It matches the progress. I think for everything else, like I should be able to in here do the match progress. Sorry, I had to do something. No worries. I'm just thinking about how I'm going to do this. Wow. I do want to, man, I wish I could go watch that. There is a stream that just went live that I do want to watch. But also I'll just go watch the FOD. And I'll probably catch the end of it after my stream, so. It's just something cool happened. I can't wait for it. Okay. I set information in here, then I call the base ready, which is this, which sets information and then matches progress. Hang on a second. If I were to come up here and do function underscore set information. To super dot underscore set information, and then print test. And then I do base. Oh, I print test. If I do that in here, and then I do and then I call this function, which is still in the super, does it add the changes? Set information, and then it prints. I think it does. Would it do it to a child of this this? If I did class name, and then I set this class name to base short. Oh wow, all the Discord notifications because of this one project. Because it's probably been probably because it's been a project that's been being worked on for 3 years. And I can't wait to see it. I'm definitely gonna. It's a project. It's something that I probably will end up having to do on stream at some point, once it's actually something I can do on stream. Oh well, focus back in. Test short. I'm gonna get rid of all of this. And then I want this one to be base or short base, which I didn't save yet. So I'll save it now. What? Oh, base short. I did mix it up. I second guessed myself. Okay. What I want to see is if I then do this into here, if it would still change how this works. If I go one step lower, will it still work, is the question. And then what I need to do is I need to take this test short information, just throw it back on here. Because then it would still do this, and then also I can do this. Okay. It looks like it did print, so that does work, so I don't need to worry about that. I don't need to worry about changing information. So that way in the longer task, I can set more information. And in the complicated task, I can set more information. What are you making? I'm working on making it so that I can display information from short task. So I have all of the, like, I have the top of it where it's all the general stuff for task in general, for creating it, for loading task, for just all the information dealing with it. And then I have it so that for the tasks that are listed out and like actually looking at task, I have it so that there is a base for this where it also adds in the title label where it actually displays the title at the button where the actual button that works, and then the icon. I have all of this set up so that way I can reference all of these in like all of the later children for the displaying of task, because I didn't want to just put these in general functions because these have no use for saving task. And so I have it so that this is a base, and then I have a second one. This is and this one is for all of the short. This one's for the short ones for task and what's the other thing called? For task and for parts. Doo-doo. So that way it's just double loaded on itself. So that way it just keeps going down. And then I also have it so that set information also sets the title, the text to title. So that way whenever I save the information, or whenever I set the information, it also changes the title. Wait, why are they not in the base? You mean the base icon title and the title label, the base button, and the base icon? Is that what you mean? Why aren't these ones in like the top function? Yeah, cause the label, the button, and then the base icon are not gonna be needed in like when I create the task. Cause when I create the task, that is a different. It doesn't need like the title label and then the button because it has different things. Because you actually create the title in the creation of the task. This is more for displaying the information of tasks that were already created. Or when a task is created, then it displays. This is for displaying the information. And then if I later down the line, if I make it so you can edit task, make it so that in here you can edit it. But won't every task need those? Yeah, every task needs these. This is the base of like the listed task, like because this is all like the display information. But all the this is not. I guess that's the wrong thing. It's not the display information like what is actually going, like not the text that is being displayed. That is not what it is. It is the actual like thing in the thing. It's actually this label is what this is. And this label is going to be needed for long task. It's going to be needed for short task. But it's not going to be needed in the creation of task. So it's not needed for actually creating the task. Because both listing out task and creating task are going to come to general task function, but listing task are not are going to need all of this, but creating the task is not going to need it. How this works, Lamau? If every task needs it in a base? Yeah. Because how do I describe it? Because when if I don't have the creation done ready, but when a task is created, it doesn't have a label. It has a title input, and then like a reward input. It's gonna have more, and then it's also not gonna have an icon. It's gonna have different buttons and different labels. All of this is like for actually displaying the task, but creation is going to need, like, creation and displaying task need all of this information, but these three things are not going to be needed in creating the task, because this isn't actually the save file location. There's not having two bases. In what sense? Because it's, I guess it's the thing of I'm labeling them both as base, but this is more of just like the saving and setting information functions that everything's gonna need. But like creating, it's the thing of creating a, isn't the base class abstract anyways? In what sense do you mean? Because what I'm doing is I'm just having, because it's the thing of listing out the task and creating the task are two children of the like general task uses, but in creating a list it needs, or like listing off a task it needs this information, and creating a task is going to need other like, because these are not like, these are not actually how do I describe it? How do I describe it? These are not variables that are needing to be saved or anything. These are actually part of displaying a created task. Talked about, remember when we talked about abstract classes? I don't remember the terminology. If I remember the actual point. Why do I not remember? Why do I not remember the terminology properly? It is a class that only inherits from but never use. Directly used. So like there are no functions in it. Like there's, it only just has more stuff. Oh, it never gets used is what you mean. I I I think like it itself will never be attached to an object. Well, there should be functions. No. Yeah, it is something that will never be attached to an object. It is something that is only referenced. Yes, okay, I understand. Yes, the general task one is a abstract one. And then the creation one is, shouldn't be abstract. I don't think it will be. The creation one is not abstract, but uses this information, like this saving information and location stuff. It still does that. The creation one, but I think this base list task is also abstract, but it's different from the creation. Like this just sets up that these exist. Also, general task function support name used to sound like file that's just for task function. Actual base for task. Yeah. Is there? That's a good point. I know. I'm trying to think. Because this should be the base. This is like the true base where everything comes off of. This is not like the base of everything. This is the base for when listing task. Because there's stuff that only listed task needs. Base task. Yeah. Save base task. That's a good point. I'm trying to think of how I actually. Yes. I think base task is definitely a better name for it. Class name, general task functions, base task. And then this one will be base task. Control save. Okay. And then I also need to change the file name. Rename base task. Yeah. Yeah. What? So is this stuff in base list of tasks in every possible task? Some. In base listed task, this is for like every time a task is like displayed, that is what this is for. Because this calls the information, because the set information, as you see here, it does the thing of like setting all the previous variables, but it also changes the the title label to be the text. It changes the text of the label to match the title. Does every task get displayed? It all it's the thing of every task in the task list will be displayed. It's the thing of I think where it's coming from is like all of the base task stuff is for everything that has to do with task, but it's the thing of when it comes to the creation of task, that is different from actually like listing off and showing the task. Yeah, trying to see if there's any better way to explain it. The base task should handle saving and showing. So, yeah, this saving and showing is in the like base, but and then in the base listed task, this is just to set up all of like the actual objects so that um so like it actually sets up the label, the button, and then the icon, and then it makes it so that it matches the button, then matches the progress of the task, and then also it will change the task title to it makes it so that the task title label is actually the text of the title. I still don't get why this can't be in a base task, because what do you gain from doing this? It's just the separation of, because none of these are going to be needed in creating a task, or like in like the actual making a task. Like this is to display a task. But when you create a task, they're gonna exist because the task existing extending this class. Yeah. I don't. I feel like I'm struggling to explain properly. Because what this is doing is these are not like variables of the task. These are variables of the things actually displaying the task. Exists because the task. Every task is going to be actual task class. It's every task. Okay. Every task that is displayed is going to come from the base listed task, from the base task. But for creating the task, I need the base task. It is the split of I wish I let me actually just open up Krita and draw this. Let me make sure that new file 100 500 any task not get displayed. Not currently. It's when you are a task that is still being made is not displayed. I think is, let me show. So it's the thing of there is shrink there is the base. Oh, this probably would be better if I just plugged in my tablet. Let me do that real quick. And let me also turn it down just a bit more. There is the base of everything, but then there is like a place to like create. But then this needs to go into two places of listed task and then creating a task, because both of these need stuff in here, but the stuff for listed, these have different like parts of the scene that neither of the other ones have. And then the list one goes down into short, long, and then complicated. And then these then go into their own of if it's a task or if it's a part. Complicated does not have parts, but it's the same thing for short and long. Well, complicated tasks have parts, but there is not a complicated part. Go from creating to list then. Can't go back up the tree. It is the thing of when it is listed, when it creates a task, it then saves the file. And then when you go to the list, it loads the files. I think I can. Because the file location can be changed, and then when a file goes into here, it goes out here. It's creating an object. The fuck is creating an object? In what sense do you mean of creating an object? You mean like what is actually displaying this? Or let's say you want to make a short task. How does that happen? Explain each step. If you wanted to make a short task, you would go to the area where you create the task. You would choose to make a short task. Then you would set the name, and then you would set the reward, and then I'm trying to remember. Yeah, those are the main things you would set. Is you would set the name, or like just like what I'm currently working on, like the base of the project is you choose the type, which is short, then you make a name, and then you make the reward. I mean, the steps the program does. Okay, let me think of, maybe I can make a quick test to show it off. What I would need is testing purposes, scene, new scene, test creation. What it would do is it would have a it would have a button. It would have a child, a what's the other things called? It would have a line edit input field for single line. That's what I want. It would have what else? It's gonna need a option button. I'm trying to remember what are all the ones. Either option button? I think option button might be the one. I would need, this would have like short, long, and then complicated. And so you would choose, these don't have textures. Stop making them overlap. That, line, placeholder, put option, a line editor, a button. Save. And then I need a child. I need, which one was it that I could use to only get a, it was range. I want range spin box. And then just be easier to write the steps in the code does. It's the thing of the code takes this information. It takes the information given from these, and then it sets the information that is being saved. So it would take which one you put the title and then the reward, and then it would take this information, and then in here I don't have the like creation script ready, but what it would do is it would set the title, it would set the type, it would set the reward. The progress is instantly set to 0 when it's created, and then the task ID is created when it saves. And then if it's a part or not, this is depending on if you were to select complicated, it would drop down, and then you can make parts onto the complicated one, which is where these would be saved, how these would be saved. And then what it would do is it would set these variables, using these objects. It would set the variables using these objects, and then when you hit save, it would run the save information, which would then save the needed information. And then when it lists out the task, what it would do is it would go to the file. How does it become the actual task then? It is another area where it like is the task list where all the tasks are. In there, it will look at where the files are being saved, and then it will take the files from there and then translate them onto a scene with the correct information, and then place it into the task list, and then do that for each of the tasks in that have been saved. Okay, so you are making a script to create a save file for the task. Why does that inherit from the base task? Because saving information and is the same idea Like, it is the same stuff. For creating a file where it saves information and then changing information in the actual task, like when you press the button or like to say that you've started a task, then that is the same saving information. It is the same information being saved. It's going to the same location. Well, if you just skipped the middleman and just made task and saved it at the same time. Like when you made a task, add it to the list and save it at the same time. Because then when you opened it, it wouldn't load all the tasks you had previously made. Like if it displayed the task after you created it, if you then closed and then opened it, it wouldn't then redisplay. How's this gonna save the info store? The extended classes? Because the base task doesn't have everything. That's a good point. I'm trying to remember how, I'm trying to think. I'm trying to remember what in long task also gets saved. Let me double check what that all was. What was in long task? Start times. Start. The goal. Hero fairy overclocking this. Fair. The goal is really the only one that needs to be added when being saved. For the long task. I mean, I'm sure I can make like the short, instead of having a short base and then short task, short part, I could probably make them into one. I'm sure there are other ways that I'm going to figure out that I can condense it down, but I don't. But since the creating task only inherits from the, it can't access something long task or short task. It doesn't. The creating a task itself, I'm trying to think of how. I'm trying to think of what is needed in the long task information, because when it comes to creating a task, the only real thing I see that a long task is going to need is instead of just saving normally, it also needs to save the task time goal, which is the only thing that a long task has that a short task. Only thing that needs to be saved that a long task has that a short task doesn't. There are other things that a long task has, but when creating a task, only the goal of the task is also needed in creation. How does it save the time goals though? How does it get that? Inside of creation, I haven't set up the script for this, but it basically would be, it would get the save information as in here, but if selected long task up here, it would save information to it would save information just as well. I guess it would be the get information one, because the get information's actually the difference that goes into here. So it would get information and it would get the array, and then instead of it would be an added array. So it just add an array to the return that would then go to the save information, which is similar to what the long task has. But the long task also needs to save start time, start date, previous elapsed time, and then if it's paused. But the get info wouldn't get from long task though, doesn't have access to that case. It's true that it wouldn't have access to it, but it would be the thing of that is like, if I made it so that creating a task did not have the base task function, I would have to rewrite all of the save information function and the get information function, where if I have the long task and the create task separated, the only thing I need to add is this. In both of them, I would need to add the task goal into the get information function. It is a bit of overlap between them, but that is a better amount of overlap than having to rewrite all of the save location and the get information stuff, and then also re-clarifying these variables. Don't understand? I don't know. You can't use get info? That's what I'm trying to say. Why wouldn't I be able to use the get information? If both the creation and the task list, if they're both based off of the extended base task, both of them will be able to access to get information. Because it can't access get information in the long task. Correct. It can't get the same. It can't. Okay. In long task, I would add. Okay. I can probably quickly write it in the short base. What I would do is in here I would set the function of get information. What? Why? Okay, computer, stop complaining. And then I would do super dot underscore get information, and then I would also do how did I read variable. It would be like this. It would be this, but instead of progress array, it would be what's it called? Not progress. Goal array. Okay, but that create task class cannot access this. Correct. But what I would do is just if I then went to, I would just copy this, do the same thing, and put that into the creation one. I can add the same information to, like, I can write this in here, but I can also write this into the get information, into the create task one. I can write this information in both. Filing dry principles then. I don't know what that is. I don't know that term. Dry, don't repeat yourself. Well, if I made it so that if I made it so that create was not based off of the base task, then I would have to repeat all of the save information function and the get information function. Yeah, I'm telling you to not create. Well, then, how do I create a task to do it in the base task? I, how do I? It's a, as I said, I need all of these to create the task. But in every other, like in listing out the task, I do not need these. And then also in creating a task, I would have to add all of the long task information and the complicated task information into the base task if I needed to create it. Cause Because if I were to create a task using the base task, I wouldn't I wouldn't have all of the long task information. Create the task after the save button is created. Then you what type to make it? Only create the task after the save button is created. You know type to make it. Correct. But like listing off the information, then it's the thing of the creation. Then creating isn't using base task, it would need to use the short base or the long base. Because the base task does not have the information for long task. It's the same problem. No? Am I missing am I missing something? Save button is created because then you type to make it. The base task would save the information in base task. Any child class would save the info it needs to save. Okay, but how would I how would I know what child class needs? I would have to make it so that it would change which child class the create task is referring to. You would write the save in child class and call it super save. Calls the base class. Well, yeah, but how if I made the creating a task thing referred to the base class, how would I then be able to save a child? Save all the child's information. Beefy message incoming. Give me a second. Okay. I feel like there's something we are just. It's just something that we are like. It feels like we are both like one thing that we can't communicate away. Like it's like there's one thing that is holding both the connection back. I mean, I'm kind of coming to the idea of what you're saying. It really just comes down to the fact that I don't know how I would change what information gets saved. Okay, so let's say the long task has a due date to save. There would be a save info function in the long task class, which will save the date, then calls the super save. Will save the base information, like the reward and title, etc. Correct. But then, how do I, in creating a task, how do I make it so that it refers to a short task, a long task, or a uh, complicated task? Like I would have to make it that when creating a task, it would have to choose which of the categories to follow. If the selected task is long typed in, it's a save. It checks the type is selected and then uses the long class. So in the creation script, I would have to change how I would have to change the extends of the creation script task then, wouldn't I? Like while it is running. Select the task is long, the user hits the save checks, it checks the type, and then it selects selects then and uses long task class. Or I would need to have multiple scripts running in the creation task menu that the creation script would create the task and it would not be the task. I don't think I understand that message. Like if I make it so that it extend because it needs to extend off of one of the tasks. Because the creation would need to then extend off of the child that it's trying to create. No, it doesn't. What? But what? Oh, create a open up. If it, because it would have to be that when it creates, it has to call the save function, so it goes up to where the save function is, which if it goes in, can I give an example from a game I'm making? I'll take an example, but like if I have create at the bottom, then it needs to go to the save function into the base, but it would need to go into short or long depending on which one you choose. So the question is, how do I make this guy choose which one it goes into? That's not the email I was hoping for. Oh well. Like if the idea is to not repeat myself, the levels in my game are tile based, so when they load, well, I have to create each tile. The what type of tile? Ground is 0, spike is 1, spike. So I have to check which ID is given. It's a ground tile. I understand how to. It's sort of the same, by the way. Okay. Just in case for confusion. Yeah, Okay, that was something I was looking at. But what I would need to do then is I would have to have all of the short and long tasks, like the differences between them in the base then. Wouldn't I? Because if creation, because it's the thing of creation, then no. Because it doesn't it need to be that creation is at the end, and then it needs to get the save function, but then short. I have the tablet. I plugged in the tablet for a reason. Why is it not working? Because the pen's backwards. Because then there's a short save, which then calls to here a long save, which calls to here, and then a complicated save. Base tile class, and it only what every tile would need. Have a base tile class every tile would need. It doesn't have a reference to the task. creation script would have a reference to the task it just created. Save info. But what? So what it needs to do, what would creation extend from? If it needs to reference these guys, if it needs to reference short, long, or complicated, if it needs to reference them, it can't choose one. And then I would also have to load all of these scripts. I wonder that other message poorly. I meant was base tile only has stuff that every tile would need, positions and spike, etc. Spring tiles has a bounce power. Base tile creation would not need to and extends. Just extend node. Okay, but then I would need to load all of these scripts. What do you mean you load all these? Because if I'm going to use a save function in here, then I'm going to need to go to that function save function. But I can only call this script if I like reference it. Like I would have to load this script in the creation script. I would have to reference to where it is saved in the file location, or because I don't even think I can get the script UUID. I don't think scripts will give me their UUID. Yeah, I can only get their path. So I'd have to write out the path for each of the scripts in here into the creation code. And then if I ever move it, then it breaks as well. If you move it, just change the referencing path then? I mean, yeah, but then I have to, that's another thing I have to remember. I feel like there's another part. Because I would have to always load it. And then whenever I need to reference it, it would have to load the script. And then it would have to load the script whenever I need to use the save information function. And then also whenever it would have to extend the script because it's saving these variables, but these variables only get saved. I would have to write all of the variables again, because if I had more variables for the long class, I would have to then call all of these into the get information. So I would have to make sure when but also when it runs get information, it gets the information from it gets it from the class. So I would have to load the script, I would have to set all of this information, and then I would have to get the information. I would have to set all of these variables and then get information. Use a constructor. I don't know what a constructor is. That's how you make a class. I don't know how Godot would do that. Let me... Constructor... Godot... Oh, I don't... I don't... Constructor basically lets you create a class, give it information. This is getting down a rabbit hole because I would need to construct a new class based off the class that already exists and then give it the new information. But that means I would have to make a class. class something. I would need to call the class. Okay. What I should do is I should just make a creation script. Then I need it to so I would need to reference a short script. I would have to reference the short script, the long script, and then the complicated script all into here. And then I would have to do okay, maybe. So instead of having a base for instead of having a task list and then the short long complicated after, it would be short long. It would be the base of a short long complicated off into the base task, and then the creation will reference the base of the short long. Yes. And then it would change the variables of what it references. And then it would run the save function off of it. Okay. I feel like, man, I wanted to just make the short task, but the more I talk, it feels like the more I need to also make the long and complicated task, like, or at least get them ready. I guess what I can do is instead of base listed, and then I would also have to call the class of listing stuff, or like the setting information. Okay. The neurons, they're firing harder than they've ever needed to. Things are making sense. At least they're starting to. I can't say they're making too much sense, but they're starting to. It's the thing of I need to figure out how I need to know how to fully use a constructor, but to do that I need to actually use a constructor, which means I need to set up everything else. I guess instead of Okay. Still trying to sync. So do I want this in? I guess these can be separated, but it's the thing of not all of the tasks are gonna need them, but I can set the tasks that do need them. Or no, all the tasks need these ones, not all of them need other. So what I should do is in truly base task, I have information variables, and then I have display uh, display variables. And then it would be in this one, I would need these. Yep. And then I run match progress into here as well. Function match progress. If I do the one where it prints off anything, does it check the other ones before it prints this one off? Or does this one have to go at the end? Guess I should do match progress. Like, will it still do one before it does this one? Is that how is that how a match would work? Like, this is just if it doesn't match anything else, but do I have to put that at the end? I actually do not know. That's okay. How would I test? I guess I could do print bad, and then this one print good. Because if I can do it afterwards, then I can do it so when it matches the button progress, it has the default ones in here, and then for the longer tasks where the button progress is at a different rate, then it does that. Feels like it should be at the end. Yeah, if it's the thing of if it has to be at the end, then when I edit the match, I can't match it later. Then again, I have to. My thing is I want to match the button progress because it needs to be able to match the progress in all the tasks. And then for all of them, they need to, if the button progress is something that I can't calculate, I need all of them to give the same error. And then they're all going to start with saying start task. It's just when I get into the second part, it would be when it is a short task, it would be like, hey, do you want to complete it? When it is a long task, it would be like, do you want to pause it or complete it? And then when it is a complicated task, it needs to be expand and unexpand. What? Yeah. Because it's the thing of, it needs to match the progress. I'm so confused. So the task has the progress where it's either hasn't been started, it's been started, or it's ready to be finished. And it's when it's a short task, it needs to all the tasks when they are not ready to be started or like have not been started yet, they would say the button would say start, and then it would say what the reward amount is. But once it has started, a short task would say complete reward amount. A long task would say would ask if you want to pause it or complete. If it's an infinite long task, it would say pause or complete, or if it's one that has a goal, it would be pause and then the reward amount. And then if it's a complicated one, the complicated one has parts to it. So if you want to hide all the parts to it, you hide it. And then if you want to show them off, you can show it. But those are all the same level of progress. And those are separated based on which, what is it called? Those are all separated based on which ones. I guess I could just put the error message into all of the different, like, into the match progress of the different ones. But I was just trying to see if there was a way that I can make it so that it prints an error even if they're different. So confused. Like I need the button text to change what type depending on what progress and what type of task it's in. And then I also didn't want to just write out all of the because the long task also has paused, which is not used in. It has paused and then it has infinite task, which is not used in short and complicated task, but those also affect what the button text changes to. So I need to set the button text in other in different match statements. I needed to in the match progress. I needed to match the progress in like later ones. The, I should I should actually try and show off what I mean. Where's my pen? Where's the drawing pen? Where's the tablet pen? Where did it go? Where did it actually go? I actually have no idea where the pen for the tablet is. How did I lose it? Let me turn on my lights and maybe I'll see. I'm gonna go to bed. Oh, that's fair. But I'll have to. It's something I'll have to figure out eventually. Where's? Oh, there's the pen. Head out. Because what I need to do is I need it so that there is a match, and this is the base, and then there's error. Then there is not started. But then in short, long, and then complicated, 2 is button. 2 is short would be, what would it be? It would be complete. Long would be pause, which this one does not need any more additional information from the short class, or at least not yet. Long task would need, would depend on, if I get off my screen, it would depend on if it was a, it would depend on the goal. It would depend on if it's an infinite task, if it's paused. All of this information in the long task is required for it to know what it should say here. And then complicated is it needs to know, I mean, it just needs to know if it's complicated. and then all the parts that are underneath it, which is then going to be expand or collapse. Parts. So I can't run a match statement. Like, I can't just continue the match statement into the next script, I'm assuming. If I did have a match statement, like if I was in the base task and I had the match statement, and then I went to short task, which I need to change what it base is based on base task. And I'm gonna just get rid of the base list task at some point. Base task has match progress, and then what I would do is, and then in the base, okay, you can shut up for now. Shut up. This is also temporary. I don't want that in there right now. I would want it would be underscore match progress, which then is super dot underscore match. Oh, I didn't save it yet, so it's not save underscore match super dot I'm struggling. Super dot underscore match. What fucking work? Why aren't you working? Short base extends base oh wait, did I? Yeah, base task. So I want match. Oh, I'm not right. That's okay. Well, I'm a genius. Match okay, now it's still not working. Super dot underscore match progress. There it is. I can't just do that and then go down and then continue on. How many indents is it? It's indented once for the match. So if I indent, like, I can't just go mute and just start and then go like 2. I'm assuming that doesn't work. Yeah, that pass. That doesn't work, does it? Nope. So that so then I would have to do another match statement. Match progress 1 pass 2 pass. Well, I wouldn't have to do 1. 1 is the same. So it just match 2 or else but also now this or else passes 1 as well. I guess what I could do is I could do 1 is a pass. The rest of the logic, and then for this it gives error. But then I wouldn't need this in here. because in here, this is this will always activate in here. So what I actually don't want is that. So what I'm actually seeing is I don't have anything. It wouldn't match anything else in here, or at least not yet. Maybe there would be something. Right. This is. Hmm, yeah. I wish I could run the same match progress across this, but I don't see how I would do that. I I am gonna go. I'll be right back. Like, I'm back. Let's see. What is the doing happening? Gonna do? I should toggle that off. Bye. Let's see. Oh, this, I also wrote this wrong. This is supposed to be 0. This is 1. But also I don't want to do that right now. I was still working in base task. I have match button progress, which, because I'm gonna delete this one. I have base ready. Base. I actually don't know if this is gonna be needed as much. Because this sets information and then matches progress. So then in short base, it would set the task ID, then it would be base ready. So this guy is done for. Is equal to that. And then also base button. Do I want to just match progress in the set information? I don't think so. This will set the text, the title. This one will set the button. Run both of those at the start. Perfect. Okay. I mean, this definitely needs to be ran before the match progress. So yeah. Base ready. Oh, that also should probably get it sing. And then I am not currently setting. If I go to test scene, test base short. It's not what I want. What I would want is short information. Oh, did I not save this one, or did I mess it up? This is a short information ready. This also has print. Don't really need that. What else would I need in the base of short? Like, what else does a short task have? I guess it is just the match button progress. Does it? Oh, is it because I'm outside? Does that help? There. So what I actually want is function. Super Then match res. If it's 1, the pass 2 pass. I feel like I need to do what I did before with this button. Oh, I don't have it set to save the button words anymore. Actually, this still should help. This should also be 0. And it's upset. Oh, because this is what's actually running. And I got rid of the print. Okay, so it's... text nil? What? Oh, it's because I'm not actually setting what it should be. Okay, in here, on underscore function underscore ready. That needs to be... It needs to set label. It needs to set title label, and it needs to set button base button to try again. Nope, that's not what I want. Try again. That's not correct. Well, then again, I actually don't have it set up. Well, no, this one should be changing. Oh, it's because I'm not doing the ready thing. Underscore base ready. Oh, and it's gone. I'm not setting its sing. I'm not setting the task ID. Oh no. Location. There we go. There it is. Oh, whoa. Stream? What? Oh, stream started crashing for a bit. Wait, huh? Is it back? What was that about? There was just a huge hiccup. I was just getting the task ID from the files. What was that about? Did stream reset or is stream still fine? Stream's still fine. I just had like a huge drop in my bitrate. And I don't know why. My second screen's such a mess right now. It's absolutely hilarious, but also a mess. Alright, now this should work. Test, button text is not. Okay, so it did do bad, which is bad. Do, do, do. So yeah, I want that to be at the end. Yeah. Wait a second. No, that'd still be bad. I was like, I can just run this one after the short one. I can just run it after. And then I realized no, because then I would still get, if it was 1 or 2, it'd still come back as the bad one. So what I do need to do is just at the end in all of the scripts, I would need to do one of these. What does this button do? Oh, it brings me back. It brings me up. Oh, I see. Oh, it and then this one can't bring me up anymore because it doesn't have any more up. Okay. Print not started. Print started. Print ended. Print error. Okay. See, I think my main problem is that I do have to do all of this. Unless I make it so that the function, no, that just is breaking stuff up that doesn't need to be broken up at that point. Because I could make it so that I have it so that the progress, I have match progress, and then I have match progress on 0, match progress on 2, and then I run the match progress to match which one it is, and then I can change all the individual ones lower on, but then that is just more unnecessary work, I believe. Would it be? It would mean I have to write like 5 more functions. And then I would still have to preemptively make stuff, which I don't think. I mean, at that point, it's still it's the same problem again. What I do, however, think is that in the base task, I finished you, right? You're all done? You're gone. Close, and that was, which one was that? That was me trying to set this up. Base list task, getaway. match progress, base ready, set information. What else do I need in here? I need a function. Change button text. That should input. I don't know what that should input yet. Base button dot text is equal to reward. Actually, it should be string. Then it also needs to be I need top text. Yeah. Change button text, top text, button.text is equal to string. It would be top text plus string. Top text I should make sure is a string. Okay. Change button text, top text is a string, base button text is top text. I actually think I need to add another part in here. Actually, wait, yeah, I do. Because it needs to be a plus. It needs to be plus this tab reward. What? You jerk. You jerk. You jerk. It needs to be top text on its own, space, reward. Okay. This, I think this is basically what I had before. Change button text, top text, reward string. Yes. Which I can then save in here, and then I can go to match progress. This is the top string should be start. Should actually make a string start task. And then in the base info in here, it should be change button text complete task. And then to it's change button text task ended. Alright. And then this one should also do base button dot disable, right? So I can play with sound expression. No effect. What? Actually, how did I do that? I should double check that that's actually gonna work when it comes time to it. Whereas here, how did I write it to that? Yeah, it would be base button dot disabled equal to true. Yes. Okay. Well, I kind of want to change if it gets that. Variable start text is equal to variable start text is equal to start part if is part, else start task. And then in here I do start text. Correct. So that way if it's a part, it will do part. If it's a task, it would do task. Alright, and then in short base, we do the same things. Do I want to call this actually start text? I guess I could call it progress text. Then call do this. What I could also do is I could set I can make progress text a variable. Hold up, syncing, processing. I can make progress text a variable in here, and then I can make that happen. Save there, and then could I then do progress text? Can I then do that in here? Okay, progress text not declared. Okay. Doo-doo. I think there has to be a way I can do this. Progress text is going to be something that all the tasks and parts use, right? Yes. Yes, it should be. I think. So maybe I just make that just a variable? Variable progress text. So I don't have to set it into here. And then in here, this would work. Yes. And then I should probably actually be able to bring this out. The problem is that I can't put it at the end of this one. Unless I change how this works. I mean, is there ever going to be a point where I change the button to not be progress text? I feel like progress text is always going to be what the button is. Trying to think if there's ever a moment. No, but then that still runs into the problem that I want it so that when I match the progress, it does this all the time, every time. But if I do it up here, oh, if I do it up here, then I can move this underneath. Couldn't I? I believe I can. I also need to, is the music just taking a while to change over? No, it looks like it ended. What? Oh, apparently I just finished the playlist. Maybe, or I accidentally paused it. Okay, nope, it just went back to the top. Okay, there we go. We're back at the top, and I did remove des from earlier. Okay, there we go. Let's see, what am I gonna do here? Progress start. If I do it so that I think match progress. I think this needs to come out of the match progress. And then close the match progress. And nope. Change button text. I think there's probably gonna be a time where I don't use the progress text. Is there ever gonna be a time actually? well, I don't need to change the text in here. All I need to do is change the text. Or I don't need to run the function, because the function runs after all the matching is done. Okay, let me think about this. I think this should work because this will include 0 in it. But then when it comes to here, it will then run the match progress again, which would then change it to be correct and then run it. But if it's not 0 or anything in here, then it will correct itself to be error. Okay. This becomes complete part, and then complete task is equal to part finished if is part else task finished. Correct. Think that should be fine. Oh, my hair is such a problem right now. Okay. Let's see. Task progress. Okay, I think this... Does this work? Start task? Yes. The button doesn't work, but the text work. I'm actually pretty sure if I run this, which one? I can set the progress if I press the debug save, which is S. Oh, but then it doesn't update that. Oh, and it's upset. What? Base ready, on base ready, match progress. And so it would match progress here. Is this not getting back in time? Okay, so when this runs, it should be running. It sets the information and then it should match the progress. But shouldn't it match this one first? Or am I spelling this differently? No, those are spelt the same. Because it should be taking the, when it runs this, it should be taking this one, shouldn't it? Print good. Print bad. It prints good. What? So this should be running. It's 1. So it should be match progress. Oh, it's because I'm running it beforehand. I swear I changed that. I swear I switched that around. Or at least I meant to. I meant to do that. Okay, so that's what it's supposed to do. Now this one should work. Try again. Complete task. Yep. Oh, I didn't remove it saying bad. It was actually good. So that actually works now. This is how the match progress will be changed. Yeah. There might be a way where I don't have to match the progress. I mean, it's not like this isn't the same between all of them, so it's not too bad. It's not redoing myself often. Alright. What else? Okay, so that matches the button. That matches the text. The button does not work, however, but do I need it to? The button for the short task is the same between. The button for the short task is the same between. Or the button for the short base is the same. It's the same idea. It will behave the same, I guess is the better term, in terms of making the progress go up. Because the button in a short task will make it go up when it's pressed, and that doesn't change if it's a task or if it's a part. Okay. Match progress. Do all of this. Match progress. What it needs is on the button press. Actually, how do I make that happen? I guess what I would do is I would do function short button pressed. Is that what I would do? How? So this would then, okay, let me think about this. This would then go down into here where I would attach the button, I would attach the button pressed to it, and then I would need it to run a function. I needed to run the function button pressed, but that button needs to do different things depending on which one, but I can override it. That's a function all of them would need, but the base function does not have anything in common besides Hmm. I guess that's the question of just like what would be the best. So my two options are I need to make it so that in the like final code that the final one gets a button press from a button. And then when it gets that button, oh wait, hey, look. Oh wait, no, that's base button, not actually like base button. Oh, that's upset because of that. Hmm. So I can make it so that when the button is pressed in the bottom code, it then calls to button press above it. I can make it call to button press so it's the same between all of them. But I need to override button press in all of them because I can't think of a time. I think the only time it would be the same is it would raise it by 1, but that's only for the first one. I think actually that's also part of the point of why this is happening. Hmm. I could run. I can make it so that all of them are called button press. But do I don't think I need to make button pressed a top level or like the base level, because all of them do need the button press as a function, but all those functions are going to operate differently. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it should, I think. Button pressed is a function that if I take go into here, actually it's just gonna go to the bottom anyway, pressed, and I attach to the test script. That appears here. What I wanted to do is then I wanted to run button pressed. Is that what I call it? Button pressed? Yeah. Press. Because the button is gonna change. This is gonna change. So I can't rely on I can't rely on this one to get the same signal. The signal is gonna change. I need to get the signal at the bottom level. But that bottom level needs to call up to the middle level. Long, complicated, and what's it called? And short all are gonna have a button pressed, but none of them overlap. I don't think any of them overlap. Yeah, I don't think any of them overlap. So I'm trying to think if there's a reason why I would put a function called match button or progress button push. Why I would run that at the top level. I'm trying to make sure there's not something I'm missing that like all of them would do, because all of them do change the progress, but like I'm not gonna. They change the progress in different ways. I guess they all do match progress. Is something okay? That's actually probably it. Function button pushed. What is that? Why I called it? Button pressed. Actually, I should also call this base button pressed. This should match progress. Actually, do I need to call it base button press? Yes, I think that's fine. Match progress is different. Base button push, because base button is the base. Yeah. Okay. Yes. Yes. Button pressed. Button press. Button press would then be super dot underscore button. It's upset. Why is it upset? Oh, because I changed it to base button. Like that. Then progress is equal to 1. Base button progress pressed. Progress is equal to 1 if progress equal to 0, else 2. Does that make sense? Is that correct? When you press the button, if it hasn't started, it starts it. If it when you press it, it oh wait, and then also, do I want it so that it saves information in every time the button's pressed? I don't know if that's actually something I would want, but probably. I mean, most of the times the button is pressed, you want it to be saved, the information to be saved. I can only think of like, I guess complicated task, it's not necessary to save it. Or at least, I'll make it so it saves whenever the button's pressed. Save information. Oh, this is wrong base. That calls up the short base. If progress is equal to 1. If progress was 0, else it's 2. So if it hasn't started yet, you press it, it starts it. If it has been pressed before, it goes to 2, which is ending. Which I think works for... That works for this one. Then if I load it, complete task. Oh, it's already at 2. Well, if I do that, task finished. And then currently, it will just keep loading task finished. I could do... What does the creation button... how does input, create, title... event action put title, save information. But this saves information with the task ID, so it saves to the same location. So this would make it go back down to progress 0. Correct. Yeah, correct, I think. I think so. What was I talking about? I've actually completely forgotten everything. If I press C, that would fix it. It's not updating. Okay. When I press when I press this one, it doesn't match. Let me actually just match match progress then. Oh, but it doesn't undisable it. I mean, it probably shouldn't be undisabled. It's not gonna need to get undisabled. And then also it only is disabled when it's loaded, because it's not gonna ever have to go back, I don't think. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. On button press progress. This works for the short task and part, but that isn't gonna work for long task or complicated task. Those are completely different. So I think that's the short task, or at least that is like loading that's also only loading short information. Stretching. I think. Boom. I know I probably should get creation, or at least the base of creation done. Because right now it has nothing. If I go to the test creation, if I go to button, which this is the save button, right? Yeah. If I go to the save button, get rid of all of this, save button, do this connect to test creation. This needs to match match spin not spin box, option box dot what does the option box have in it? What? Let me look at this. Item focused. What is this? Emits when the user navigates to an item using. Oh. Emits single selected. Emits change by the user the index. You be quiet for a second. Pass. What I need in the task creation, chosen type, which is going to be a integer, and then expected identifier. Oh, I don't have it set to a variable, and then in here, chosen type is equal to index, and then in here the default is going to be 0 because it does default to 0. Okay. I also should I also want to print index. Oh, and I don't have a camera in this scene. Copy, paste. One, 0. Oh, fucking bug. On button press match chosen type do 0 pass 1 pass 2 pass print make short task. And now I need to figure out how this shit works. And I have so many tabs open. That was array stuff. This was input, which I've already done. That's not. It's dictionaries. What's this? Ooh, that one I actually want to keep open for a minute. Oh, that one I've definitely gotten. This one's a pain, so I'll keep open. I just have so many tabs open for Godot. class defines an inner class. So I probably want is function save as short task pass function score save as long task pass save as complicated task. Boo. And that one's also a pass for now. So I want to give them more separation. Okay, never mind. I'm struggling. There we go. And then in here, these will underscore save as short task. Score save as complicated task. Save. Oh, I did that backwards. This is supposed to be long. Save short task. I need to class to do base short. Okay. A class file can load I'm looking at like so many things right now. To do struggling. Give me 1 second. I want to go back down to inner class. Class control. function underscore in it. Okay. Okay. Okay, let me see. Variable short base code. Variable long base code. Variable complicated base code. Those are equal to load what I want this one to load is, this is a short base, so I want short base init short variable short is equal to short base code dot new. I think this is being a problem, and I don't know why. There. I don't know. I need to figure something out for that. If the inherited class find constructor takes argument try to see. Okay. What the fuck? Let me look at this text. Yeah. Let's do. Underscore save. Okay, if I test this, is it gonna give any problems? It is. Do I need this? Okay, let me see if I can just put this in here, if it would work the same. Right, if I have it selected to short, testing, save. I didn't have it actually print anything, so I don't know. Let me actually, oh, it looks like a new file was created. Alright, that actually looks like it worked. So that does say, okay, so this works. This is what I needed. What I probably could do is, instead of separating all of these, I could probably do it so it changes this, changes which one of these it is. I can probably make that sure. So what I want is variable chosen what am I trying to type? Chosen, like that. Base code equal to short base code. And then chosen base code, I can put these down here. On button press, choose the type, trace base code. This becomes long base code. This becomes complicated base code. Make that one in lowercase. Don't need this. Short, this is chosen base code. I want chosen. Like that. What I can do is I can also do a match. Match. What am I matching here? I can do match chosen No, match chosen type. 0 pass 1 pass 2 pass. Because these are gonna have stuff that is different saved information. What is it? I also want what's it called? I want chosen dot what was the order it's in? It's type. Chosen type is equal to chosen type. Reward and then progress is 0. It's equal to spin box dot value. Is that what it uses? Custom error minimum value, yes. And then it gives and then it says chosen dot progress equal to 0. Is there any other save information? Oh, there is a task. Task ID, which gets saved anyway. Is false, which is saved anyways. Part ID. Okay. I think this should work. Yeah. So if I load this should still work. Save. Okay, that did create it. Task type, oh, I didn't, let me do that. That should create another one, which does seem to work. Both of those were created correctly. Okay, so that does work. What I want is when the button is pressed, on button pressed, I want button dot disabled is equal to true. Save task. Wait. Timer. How do I do this again? It's like let me double check. Okay. Oh, it looks like, okay, I see. So it is, oh wait, get create timer. This is now in seconds. It used to be in milliseconds. Apparently it's now in seconds. Alright, and then wait for it to time out. And then button disable becomes false. Test. That shouldn't have, that was in seconds, right? So if I go over here, yes. Okay, that stops it from overriding previous saved files. So I think that this all functions correctly. All I need is base, the long base, and then the complicated base. And then I need to do more information with the complicated task. Which is gonna take more effort. But this does save it. There is a bit of extra. I probably could get this to calm down. No, I probably could get this. Let me see if I can get this to work. What I need is, instead of doing that at the top, I need to function base, do the match in here. I need a variable chosen, which is equal to, I need a variable chosen, and then I need chosen is equal to, if it's 0, then it's short base code. And then these are equal to long base code. And this one is complicated base code. Variable chosen, match chosen type, it sets it here, and then it comes out the other side. So this should still work. Still work. 10. And it broke. Invalid index title is value of type string. What do you mean? Chosen.title. Invalid set index. What does that mean? It disables the button. It goes to save tags. It made the variable chosen, and then it matched the chosen type, which defaults to 0. So it would have been chosen is equal to short base code. Short base code is the load. Chosen.title. Invalid set index title. Type string. What? Save task, chosen title. Why? Invalid set. Why did that work before? Oh, it's because I'm stupid and didn't put this to new. Right, that's how it is. That's how it was. If I run that, does it work? A real test. I think that one worked. I spelled test wrong, but it worked. What? Oh, I didn't copy the period. Okay, now that works. And then I do not need this in here, and then I don't need this one. What I probably should do is, while testing, I disable these two buttons. So that way I can't choose them. Yep. Just because they're not set yet. Okay. I think on button press, disable the button, save task, oh wait, disable button. Undisable the button. What I need is also in here for the different different guys. Okay, yes. I think that makes sense. That's... I know I got confused about this somewhere. Then again, I never mind. I'm just confusing what I've done before and what I also done before. And timings. What I also want on button press is I want it to save task, but then I want it to clean creation, which I want to function clean creation. Oh, it's because I didn't pass. But what I want is, I want to save the task, and then I want it to clean the creation, which is just that dot text is equal to nothing. Spinbox dot value is equal to 0, and then dot selected equal to 0. Let's equal it to 1 so that way I can just see it works. Test. Set this to 5. Oh, that worked. So I do want this one to be long. Or I want it when it's selected to go back to 0. And then when I add more things into the test creation, I will add more to the clean creation function. Yeah. Yeah, I think that, so this all work. Okay. What else? What does, so how much of must I need base task? I need, I'm going to, oh, that's such a bright green. Actually, let me make that a darker green. Let me make it less of a black green. That's right. The last thing I really need is rewards. And for that, I need so that I can save the reward, which, that's not just a base function. Okay. I had one script other, in the previous guy. What was it called? Menu, save information. Make user folders. Okay. Trying to look at stuff real quick. Yeah. Because I had this guy. Do I actually need that? I don't actually think I need that. What I do need is an autoloader for my rewards, right? Well, I guess I don't. I guess what I'm going to do is on the test, I'm going to add a child. It's going to be a label. I'm going to rename it to be a reward. And then I'm gonna attach reward amount. I want to attach a script to it. Reward display. There. Reward display. This is gonna be, it's in here. Location prep. What do I need here? I need the file location, I need load, I need these. function load reward function underscore load reward yoop s 3 yoop. There's settings. How was I doing this before? Time stuff. No, it was task preset. I guess main screen. Behavior. Reward handler. Where's this reward handler? There. Settings. Save. Reward. Given config fig Oh, it's supposed to be a variable. There we go. File location. Let me. Given config reward location. Location. Load reward variable given variable reward is equal to probably could set that outside. It's gonna be an integer. Reward is equal to, how do I get the information again? I forgot. There, that. I am gonna change it from given to config to reward config. Reward load. Reward is equal to reward config. Oh, I spelt it wrong in the, okay. Yeah, I spelt it wrong in the actual location. That's cool. That's cool. Or in the previous project. Actually, let's just do that. Return reward. Actually, let's not return. Let me, I guess I can do, how do I do self again? Self dot text is equal to reward. Oh, you're right. It's so right. Oh, it's not displaying anything. I mean, if I put a 0 in there. Oh, wait, it's not changing the text, actually. Oh, it's because I'm not. Function score ready. Score load reward. Well, now it's 0 because it's supposed to be 0. Temp. Okay, it does change it to 0. There we go. Okay, so now displaying the reward works. Let's see. I can probably make this more intelligent if I'm being real. I know I need to make this more intelligent, but right now this is fine because I am hungry and I am starting to not be focusing. So I think I'm gonna call it there. I mean, that was the longest stream I've done in a while, but also it feels like I haven't made too much progress. I also did spend an hour and a half in the stream trying to figure out what Ruby meant before realizing I can change how I made the creation. Before I figured out what this shit is. But it works. So we're gonna be happy. We're gonna be good. We're gonna end stream. That's what we're gonna do. Give me one. Actually, I should have probably pulled up the music for the end of stream first. Give me 1 second. There it is. Stuff's moving along. I mean, I have it so that all of the small bass works, which is good. I just need to set up the rewards, which shouldn't be too hard. I just need to think of how the task reacts with the reward file, how the reward file just works in general. I need to. I can go watch the stream I want to watch, actually. Alright, I hope everybody has a good night. We'll see what I do between now and tomorrow. I mean, I mostly want to clean up my room, so don't expect much. Have a good night. Bye.